Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the latest mission from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. I'm Will Robinson Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now. So good to be back with you once again covering the SpaceX NASA Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. For those of you who were with us yesterday for our live coverage, teams got down to T-minus 1 minute and 7 seconds when the scrub was called due to cumulus clouds in the area of the pad. And for those who were with us hanging around through the process of detanking the Falcon 9 and making sure the crew left the Dragon spacecraft safely, there were quite a bit of storm activity that crept around the area of the spaceport. And so the scrub certainly seemed warranted, but teams are back at it again today with the liftoff coming up just about 4 hours and 11 minutes from now. A good liftoff today would see the flight of the Falcon 9 rocket with the Dragon Endeavour up top at 11:43 a.m. Eastern. A launch today would still preserve docking over the weekend, but a shorter transit time for the crew on board, down to about 16 hours or so, as opposed to the 39 that they were facing with a transit on a launch yesterday. So, silver lining of that, they don't have to spend quite as long just on board the Dragon spacecraft of the launch attempt today. As we're getting rolling here, we've got our crew back out in force. Our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, is running the technical operations of the broadcast. Our friends Pete Karstens with Max Q Productions and Chuck and Jen Briggs are going to be joining us a little bit later on in the show. Help with tracking views of the Falcon 9 rocket once it does take flight, and also while it's still situated at the pad. We've also got our photographers out and about, getting ready to not only track the Falcon 9 once it heads off from Launch Complex 39A, but also to capture the human moments of this mission. One of the benefits of covering crewed flight is you get these small pockets of humanity where you see the crew saying goodbye to their family and friends and sharing a moment with one another, the exchange of the name tags in the suit-up room. There are lots of little small pockets that may go by quickly, but our photographer team is out to make sure that we capture them and tell that story as best we can. If you're not following the fellows on X, you can find them at their handles here. Adam is at ABurnNYC. Michael Kane is at MD Kane Jr. John Pisani is at John Pisani Photo. And be sure to follow Spaceflight Now simply at Spaceflight Now. You can also find us on Threads, Blue Sky, and Facebook. As we're getting going, I want to thank the little more than 360 of you who are watching live with us at this point in the count. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and sharing the stream. Allows more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. And hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll have a launch at the end of it when all is said and done. Getting a beautiful helicopter view of the Falcon 9 rocket standing tall at Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center. Just in the background there, you're seeing the Mobile Launcher 2 and the Vehicle Assembly Building. Some of the biggest pieces of architecture that are part of the Artemis program, which we can talk about more as the launch coverage rolls on. Getting a nice 360 view of Florida's spaceport here. So you can see it's a nice morning for a launch. Look back there at the Visitors Center. Some of the other launch infrastructure. Focusing back on what's in the center of the frame, though, of course, the Falcon 9, which has a booster set to fly for its third time, and a Dragon making its sixth flight. The first of the 5 Crew Dragon spacecraft to be set up to achieve that milestone. Also, the first Dragon to take flight carrying humans up to the International Space Station. That, of course, was back on May 30th of 2020 when now former NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, who are now at Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman, respectively. Their first trip to the space station and the first time that Endeavour got to fly free. We'll talk more about the history of this particular Dragon spacecraft and the missions it has supported. While we've got eyes, though, you see the vertical integration facility from United Launch Alliance and their pad out there at Space Launch Complex 41. For those who have been following the Vulcan program, you know that integration of their next Vulcan rocket has been complete inside that vertical integration facility, and teams are
countdown. All crew members are received in the suit-up room on schedule.
Preparing to launch their first national security mission, USSF 106, in the coming days. That call out you just heard is always wonderful to hear, that we are getting good mission audio, mission control audio. That'll keep us apprised of the updates, both broadly speaking about the mission as well as communications to the crew themselves once they're in the Dragon spacecraft. You're seeing there the Starship Tower just beyond the crew access tower for the Falcon program. That Starship Tower has seen quite a bit of work as SpaceX continues to refine the Starship program and its method of launching that more than 400-foot tall rocket that's going to be one of the cornerstones of NASA's Artemis program. A future version of Starship has been contracted as the human landing system on the Artemis 3 and Artemis 4 missions, and likely more to come once future contracts are posted and awarded. Down at Starbase Texas, the ship upper stage that is set to fly the Flight 10 mission completed a single-engine static fire test yesterday following our coverage of the launch attempt of Crew 11 and the actual launch from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California with 19 Starlink satellites. So it's been a busy 24 hours for SpaceX, a launch attempt with humans in the loop, a batch of Starlinks that did successfully deploy to low Earth orbit, and what appears to be a good single-engine ignition for its Starship program. Next up for that booster would be the full 6-engine static fire test in their configuration out at Starbase, Texas. TBD exactly when that's going to happen, but of course, the last time SpaceX got into a static fire campaign with the full 6 engines planned led to quite a unfortunate ending out at its Massey's test facility, which is still in the process of recovering from that explosion, which is why they've got the ship upper stage where it is on the orbital launch mount in a new configuration to allow for testing there. Coming back to the matter at hand, though, now we're in the suit-up room where you can see the commander of the Crew 11 mission, Zena Cardman, going through the first layer of zipping up her intra-vehicle flight suit, or IVA suit. Her colleague in the NASA astronaut office, Mike Fincke, is wearing what appears to be a very similar suit, and we'll see visuals of him shortly, but Mike is actually sporting a new IVA suit that Bill Gerstenmaier, SpaceX's Vice President of Build and Flight Reliability, says provides extra mobility. Right now you're watching Zena in a mock-up of the seat that she will be sitting in on board the Dragon spacecraft in just a little bit. They're going through the process of doing a good suit leak check. You saw the zipper on her forearms get zipped up, so that's one of the last steps before she goes ahead and closes her visor.
Core on countdown. Advanced team have arrived in the White Room. This is on schedule.
And they pressurize her suit. That good call that you just heard about the advanced team arriving in the White Room, it's a good update from yesterday since they were running a little bit behind in their activities in the White Room. So hopefully they've got a good plan of action today and they don't need to play catch up at any point. Zena Cardman is making her first trip to space as a member of the Crew 11 mission. Previously, she was assigned as the commander of Crew 9. However, she, along with NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson, were asked to vacate their seats in order to allow fellow NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams return from the International Space Station on board the Dragon that flew the Crew 9 mission. Zena, of course, now on the cusp of her first trip to space. Stephanie, though, is a little bit more of a question mark. We did ask during the pre-launch briefing to the manager of the commercial crew program, Steve Stitch, if she's been reassigned to a mission yet at this point, but didn't have an answer for us on that one. He said he's been focused on Crew 11, and so we'll have to wait and see when next Stephanie Wilson gets to fly. You're now taking a look at the pilot of the Crew 11 mission. This is Mike Fincke, who is going to be making his fourth trip to space. Well versed with the International Space Station, he's been on some of the missions that helped make the ISS what it is today. His previous flights included 2 trips on board Soyuz spacecraft. That included Soyuz TMA-4 on the Expedition 9 flight and TMA-13 with Expedition 18. His most recent trip to space was on board an Endeavour, but of a different stripe. That was the Shuttle Orbiter Endeavour, which launched the STS-134 mission in 2011, the final flight of that particular orbiter. Looking wide now here in the suit-up room, you can see a lot of astronauts in those blue flight suits who are, of course, you've got representatives from all the different space agencies who have been in quarantine with the crew that's flying today. You can see in the top left-hand corner of your screen a couple of astronauts there, one from Roscosmos, the other from NASA. Mike Fincke has been waiting for his next trip to space. Of course, last time he flew was well more than a decade ago at this point, about 14 years. Taking a loose look at now Kimiya just completing, by all accounts, a good suit leak check. This will be his second trip to space. He was a former military pilot, test pilot at that. His first flight was back in 2015, first and only flight so far. Last time he flew, he was able to help with the capture and berthing of Japan's HTV cargo vehicle, becoming the first JAXA astronaut to help with such an operation. As fate would have it, during the Crew 11 flight while they're on orbit, the next generation of HTV, called aptly the HTV-X, is going to be making its way up to the space station, launching later this fall after the CRS-33 mission, the 33rd Commercial Resupply Services mission, heading up to the orbiting outpost. Kimiya and Mike Fincke are quite good friends, having both come most recently from the crews of the Starliner 1 mission, now preparing for a flight on board Dragon. As part of his training, Yui also participated in one of NASA's underwater training operations called Nemo. Looking at Oleg Platonov, the Roscosmos cosmonaut, who is the fourth member of the Crew 11 mission, flying in the Mission Specialist 2 position. So once we see the inside of the Dragon and everyone is seated, he will be on the far left as we peer into the Dragon vehicle. Like Zena Cardman, he is making his first trip to space on the Crew 11 mission. And like the rest of the Crew 11 cadre, he also is coming from another mission before he was assigned to Crew 11. He was training as a backup cosmonaut for a Soyuz launch alongside Tracy Caldwell Dyson. However, he was reassigned or pulled off that mission when the medical board deemed him not certified to fly at that time.
Core on countdown, side hatches open on schedule.
Good news in the White Room, continuing on with the on-time movements of that operations team. The side hatch now open, getting ready, I should say, to receive Crew 11 once they arrive. Getting a nice group shot here with Mike, Zena, and Kimiya. Oleg still going through a suit leak check, I believe. So there he is, up and about. Now finished with that. Fist bumps all around. Good hug. Everyone seems to be in good spirits this morning, having taken a beat from their launch attempt yesterday. Got a chance to refresh themselves, and now Crew 11 assembled once again in preparation for their flight to
Core
the
on
ISS.
countdown, suit up and leak checks are complete on schedule.
This is LD on Countdown with a situational briefing. Currently, all bottles are at MEOP, and earlier Dragon Gyro Compass alignment was completed and passing. We remain on track to an 11:43:42 a.m. Eastern T0. Both NASA and SpaceX have completed the COLA screening process with no COLA conjunctions at our current T0. The advanced team is at the White Room and the side hatch is open, and they're making preparations for receiving the crew. The crew's ongoing suit up at the ONC building. Launch site weather for today was briefed earlier at 40% POV due to the cumulus cloud rule, and we'll be monitoring the chance of convective activity near the pad. Reminder to use procedure 52.911 crew contingency procedures for any required crew contingency action in today's operations. Overall, Falcon, Dragon, and the pad remain healthy. Pending any questions, that concludes the brief. LD out.
Core on Countdown. LiO installation is complete on schedule.
Time now T-minus 3 hours, 50 minutes and counting. As we've just heard from the update here, there's a 60% chance for acceptable weather today. The Falcon 9 and Dragon spacecraft are in good health. The suit leak checks have been complete. Things are progressing on time up in the White Room. And of course, like yesterday, one of the big watch items remains the weather. Higher chance for a probability violation today as compared to yesterday. But as we saw, even a 10% chance of interference from weather can sometimes be enough if it's the right 10% or the wrong 10%, however you want to look at it. Teams will soon allow the crew to head out of the White Room shortly. Some final hugs around from their colleagues in the astronaut office. As far as the timeline of things, the crew is set to depart to the pad in about 30 minutes. That'll happen at about T-minus 3 hours, 15 minutes, and so a little bit after 8 o'clock. Right now we're almost at the top of the hour here on the East Coast. that cosmonaut that just greeted Oleg, that is Alexander Grabenkin. Those two quite familiar with one another since Alexander was also selected for cosmonaut training back in 2018 alongside Oleg. Also, Alexander flew the last mission that used the Dragon Endeavour. That was Crew 8. Crew 8 lifted off back on March 4th. UTC, March 3rd here on the East Coast. And that is the mission patch for Crew 11 that you just saw on the column there. Oleg, of course, is flying on Crew 11 as part of the seat swap agreement between NASA and Roscosmos, allowing for a NASA astronaut to always have a seat on board a Soyuz spacecraft, and in a reciprocal fashion, a cosmonaut will always have a seat on board an American spacecraft. Commercial crew program was designed to allow for two redundant vehicles that had a different architecture to fly alternatingly was the plan originally at the outset of commercial crew. Of course, how things have played out is that SpaceX has now flown 10 consecutive long duration missions to the space station. Last year we saw the flight of the crew flight test for the Boeing Starliner spacecraft. However, it continues to face a number of challenges. Looking right now at all the mission patches for the various crewed flights of SpaceX, all the way from Demo 2 down to Crew 11, it looks like they've basically run out of room on this section here, so they're going to have to find some other space when you slap the Crew 12 sticker on. See the most recent flights of the Dragon program, FRAM-2, the polar orbiting mission, AX-4, which just returned from the International Space Station to make room for Crew 11. The color scheme of the mission patch meant to represent the various colors of the different nations flying on board this Dragon flight. The next time the Crew 11 mission patch flashes across the screen in some form or fashion, you'll notice there are a couple of light streaks that come from the top right of the patch down just beyond the chin of the Dragon. That's meant to represent 11 for Crew 11 in a non-Roman numeral fashion. While there wasn't a launch yesterday, certainly the motion of fueling the Falcon 9 rocket and getting the Dragon powered up and prepped for flight certainly gives SpaceX and NASA additional data on the functionality and the health of this particular vehicle, but also just the Falcon and Dragon fleets in general, which is never a bad thing to get a bonus wet dress rehearsal. as we continue to watch both the scenes of the suit-up room on the left and the Falcon and Dragon combo on the right. I want to thank the 550 plus of you who are now joining along with us live. Also want to thank our moderators in the live chat. We've got Aussie Space Girl joining us from down in Australia. Good to have you with us, Stephanie. Mark Otto also on board today. And if you do see any of the other mods cruise on in throughout the course of the countdown, be sure to give them a big old Spaceflight now. Hello. You can help make the moderators' lives that much easier just by following the rules of the chat. We ask that you refrain from delving into overt politics or religion in your conversations, that you converse in English so that our moderators can respond as appropriate, that you hold off from using all caps. Feel free to use emojis, but if you're throwing in like 8 or 9 emojis in a given message or posting multiple emoji messages that are just blocks trying to take up huge chunks of the live chat, that'll get your message deleted. So 1, 2, or 3 is fine, but beyond that, let's be a little more tactful if you would be so kind. Last but not least, if you can treat each other with the kindness and respect that you yourself would like to be treated, then we'll all get along swimmingly. Also, thanks to channel member Rick Donner, another one of our moderators, also in the chat, back again with us today. Last little bit of housekeeping as we see the crew that are making their way to play their card game with Joe Acaba. Once again, Joe Acaba is the chief of the astronaut office, for those who were not with us yesterday. If you have a comment or question about this mission or other goings-on in the realm of space or spaceflight, you can use the YouTube Super Chat feature. Not only will he be giving us some interesting things to talk about as well as we cruise on through the count, but you'll also be supporting what we do here at Spaceflight Now, and that, my friends, is always appreciated. The goal of this game is for Zena, the commander, to lose to Joe Acaba. High card wins, if I remember the game correctly yesterday. Or perhaps it's low card. A little hard to tell. Might be some extra rules. Oh, nope. Looks like Zena lost, which is good. So now it's just down to Oleg. Looks like they're playing until everyone loses to Joe Acaba. So yes, looks like low card would be the winner there. Now, in theory, they've gotten all the bad juju out of the way. So for those superstitions, they can now progress towards the departure and seeing their friends and family once again waiting outside this building. Soon we'll see the external shots of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building where we were just watching. Our friends and colleagues, Michael Caine and Adam Bernstein, are once again out there getting ready to photograph the crew as they make their way out of ONC. Yesterday, in at least a shot or two, you could see the acting NASA administrator, Sean Duffy, out and about, as well as other dignitaries from the various space agencies. We'll have to wait and see who all is cruising around there once we got those external shots back. Time now, T minus 3 hours, 32 minutes, 44 seconds. And an update from NASA commentator Daryl Nail says that the plan from a weather perspective is to brief the crew at L minus 2 hours, which is going to be at 9:43 a.m. Eastern here locally. 13:43 UTC for those around the world. That is well before the crews need to get into the flow of tanking the Falcon 9 rocket. As SpaceX and others have said, the ideal scenario is to not have to cause an abort while they have a fully fueled Falcon 9 rocket and before they need to arm the launch escape system. As those who were here with us for our launch coverage of the first attempt, we know that it took almost an hour to detank the Falcon 9 rocket after it was fully fueled, and then they went through the process of returning the closeout crew back to the pad and getting them situated in the White Room so that they could help the astronauts and cosmonaut exit the Dragon vehicle. So it would be a significantly shorter process to go through those motions without the Falcon 9 being fueled. And so if weather is going to be untenable today. They would rather make that call earlier. But at the first weather briefing of the day at L-8 hours, conditions were thought to be acceptable enough that it made sense to proceed into a attempt at launch. And they'll make a reassessment next at L-2 and then presumably again at L-1. 25 minutes ahead of the start of fueling of the Falcon 9 rocket. So you can see the couple of license plates here. These are the two that the crew will fly, or the crew will drive on. The first one that is just on the right-hand side of the frame here, that one says live, followed by laugh, and then launch. Another look at the artwork inside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building, just outside of the suit-up room. We're awaiting the arrival of the Crew 11-4, who are going to be making their way out and down this hallway. You may have noticed yesterday inside the elevator there's a large banner with a photo of Crew 11 that's been signed by all the folks who are part of the various support teams helping to make this mission possible. So keep an eye out for that next time when they go through the hallway and out to the elevator. Hey, seeing the astronauts that are heading to the elevator now, getting ready to go down to the first floor of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Facility to greet their family and friends for what will hopefully be, this time, the actual final time before they are able to launch to space. Mike Fincke snapping a salute. He retired as a colonel of the United States Air Force following his last trip to space as a member of STS-134. Looking at the outside now of O&C as the astronauts are making their way towards those doors, and they will depart for the pad coming up again at T-minus 3 hours and 15 minutes. So once they make their way out, they'll have a good chunk of time in order to make their way to the pad, hop in those Teslas. Taking a look now at the outside of O&C. I think we saw our Michael Caine in one of the top-down views. Doors to the crew quarters are open, and here is your crew 11. Zena Cardman, Mike Fincke, Kimiya and Oleg Platonov. The orientation in which they're standing will also be how they're seated inside the Dragon spacecraft.
Got our friends up there, friends up there. Okay.
Core on countdown. Crew walkout has commenced on schedule. Core on countdown. Advanced team is complete with preps and ready for crew arrival. On schedule.
Crew now boarding their Teslas. Looks like we've got one, now 2 out of 4 of the gold doors closed. Once the doors are closed, the cars are turned on. They can roll the windows down, and family can get just a little bit closer to them to say some final words of encouragement as they hopefully are getting a last in-person glimpse of their family before heading to space, weather permitting. This rear Tesla, of course, has Kimiya and Oleg Platonov. Oleg on the left, Kimiya on the right. Seeing the back of Jessica Watkins' head, taking a couple of photos for family here. Each crew member is assigned a member of the astronaut corps as part of their family support system. Woman who just walked away looked like she was wearing not a mission shirt, but actually a shirt representing the 2017 astronaut class with their turtle icon on it. Zena is the final American member of that 2017 class to head to space. Once again, Crew 11 on the move, heading out to Historic Launch Complex 39A. convoy progressing nicely as we're now just under T minus 3 hours 9 minutes. Turning right onto the road, that'll take them by the vehicle assembly building momentarily. So far, everything has been progressing quite smoothly on the countdown to launch for Crew 11. You can see some NASA employees lining the road, waving the crew off as they are hopefully heading to space in just a little more than 3 hours from now. We've got our own tracking camera trained and ready to see the views of Crew 11 as they drive on by. Cruising down Saturn Causeway. And there you see the car with the first two pair of Crew 11, Zena Cardman and Mike Fincke, followed by Oleg Platonov and Kimiya. Windows down, music up, heading out to Launch Complex 39A. They've got about a 20-minute drive taking the crews out to the pad there, so it's a nice opportunity to hang out with your fellow crew members and listen to a shared playlist of music to get you jazzed to head up to space, hopefully, if weather permits. Coming around the bend here, a nice helicopter shot. Looking down straight overhead. NASA toggling between a couple different views. Right now this is a cam that is fixed on the roof of the VAB building. The panning shot that's moving along with the traffic, that is a helicopter along for the ride. Switching to the helicopter view, you're seeing some of the various pieces and parts of the Kennedy Space Center, not often viewed by the public, with the exception of these nice sweeping tracking shots from a helicopter here on a crewed mission. We just passed the road that would lead you off to Launch Complex 39B, where if all continues to move well, sometime between February and April of next year, we'll see the launch of NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on the Artemis II mission that will launch atop Space Launch System rocket with the crew inside the Orion spacecraft. Now turning specifically towards pad 39A. You can see in this wide shot the newly revamped gantry at LC 39. This is managed by the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. You can see an engine inside that'll simulate an ignition. As we continue to watch the crew progress, we've got the first of our live interview guests that is queuing up and ready for a conversation. So we're going to go ahead and pause our commentary, get ready for that. We'll, of course, leave you with these live views as the crew continues to make their way out to the pad. Just before 3 hours ahead of liftoff, you're watching live coverage from Spaceflight now of the Crew 11 Road to Launch. Taking a look now from the pad as the crew have just arrived and are getting ready to park adjacent to the Falcon 9 rocket.
Core on countdown. Crew have arrived at the pad on schedule.
We are just under 3 hours away from the planned launch of the Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. As you've been watching, the crew have arrived at the pad at Launch Complex 39A, going to be making their way up to the top where the crew access arm extends out to their Dragon spacecraft. And hopefully, if all continues to progress as it has been so far this morning, we'll see a liftoff just before noontime today. And as we are, of course, talking about the commercial crew program and the 11th crew rotation mission of this program to the International Space Station, we are joined, as we were yesterday, thankfully once again, by Mr. Steve Sysloff, representing the commercial crew program.
Good morning, Will. It's good to see you.
Glad
to be back.
Yeah, glad to have you back, and glad to have things to talk about, in addition to everything we covered yesterday, which will, retread some water. But of course, we're here again today because we went into yesterday with 90% favorable weather. Turned out that 10% was just the wrong 10%. Can you talk about that, what exactly caused the scrub and how we're looking today, since it sounds like the weather is trending better?
Weather is trending better today. Yesterday, what we saw was basically just a pop-up circumstance, pop-up clouds come come into the area where they couldn't be, and you just kind of get in that situation where just at the time when they would be launching, you get bad weather, you hold, instantaneous launch windows, so there's really no room to wait or anything like that. But the good news is we get to come back today. Everything is looking really good. I would say we're at a 60% go condition here at the launch site. And of course we watch the weather down in what's called the ascent corridor, which is just, kind of the fancy way of saying downrange. That's basically if the rocket's launching and the crew has to abort and they have to splash down in the ocean, just want to make sure the weather's good for the search and rescue teams to get out there and for the crew itself to be out there. And the good news is that a front that we had thought was going to come in and stall overnight, the forecast improved a lot. That front went a little bit slower. So the weather downrange is really good. And when you get that combination of, good launch site, good downrange weather, good ascent corridor weather, then that's when we get to go. And so far looking really good today.
And just to give folks a sense of what Steve means when he talks about that ascent corridor, it goes up along the east coast of the United States, a little bit off the edge of Canada. Then there's a gap where you technically could abort, but it's really inopportune since it's a long ways out into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean for the crew, the recovery crew, to reach them. So Shannon, Ireland is really the last point where things are ideal, right?
Right. That's kind of in that path where you've gone north, and then just because of the curvature of the Earth, you're coming back down. It is something, and that's a big part of commercial crew programs' work is, engineering and making a spacecraft launch vehicle combination that you can have that abort capability. We've not had to use it. It's been tested without a crew. It's been tested, so we know that it works, but we've never had to use it before. But just because you haven't done it before doesn't mean you won't have to do it in the future, and that's what we are ready for.
And speaking of doing things one more time, not aborting, thankfully, but the crew getting a chance to look up at the Falcon 9 vehicle there that's getting ready to launch them in a little less than 3 hours, heading up in the elevators to the top level. First, of course, Zena Cardman and Mike Fincke, and they'll be followed by Kimiya and Oleg Platonov coming behind them. For those of you who weren't with us yesterday, of course, Steve has been with commercial crew for a long time, as has Mike Fincke, who is really one of the main spokespeople from the astronaut office for commercial crew. What was it like to work with him in those early days, when SpaceX and Boeing were still in the development of stage of their vehicles, long before we saw Dragon 2 or Starliner fly, trying to tell the story of what you guys were trying to do with this program?
Mike is terrific to be around. I mean, anybody who's around him knows how much energy he brings, and really excellence. Very, very smart, brings that flight crew perspective. And he worked a lot with Dragon, he worked a lot with Starliner through the development of both of them. He's qualified and certified to fly as pilot in both spacecraft. He flew on Soyuz twice to the space station, and he flew on shuttle. So I mean, he has a resume that would rival anybody at this point. And what he brings is that flight crew perspective. There's a lot of astronauts in the astronaut office, of course, and they assign a person, to really know the system so that that person can show the other astronauts how to do it. And they rely on that astronaut, in this case, Mike Fincke, to relay to the program. What are the things that need to be done? What does a flight crew need to fly this spacecraft safely? And that perspective is terrific. And Mike always brings forward-looking, very positive feedback. And it is just, everybody wants to get to the finish line, and he really buoys the teams as they work towards that.
And for those who are watching the side-by-side, you're seeing the astronauts from NASA, Zena and Mike, go down that crew access arm. They'll soon be boarding the Dragon spacecraft. Of course, they've already done the tradition of signing their name next to the NASA meatball logo, so that box has already been ticked. Can't really replicate that in a scrub scenario. But speaking of Zena, she's obviously, well-versed in the Dragon spacecraft. Hasn't flown yet, but trained as the Crew 9 commander, now refreshed as the Crew 11 commander. When NASA was looking at the various missions, from SpaceX, to start with these long-duration missions, and the choice to have, so many rookies starting, I believe Rajachari was the first rookie to pilot or command Dragon spacecraft. What was the thought behind having, the class of 2017 not just be a part of these missions, but commanding them very intentionally, throughout so many?
It's that level of experience, that level of expertise. You really want to get it stratified. In the past, when you had, say, a shuttle mission, shuttle would go up for 2 weeks, and it would carry 7 people at a time. These are 6-month rotations. In the case of Crew 11, 8 months. So there's not so many opportunities. So the person who flies, a rookie who flies, not going to be able to fly again for a couple of rotations. So build them up, get them into that commander's position, get them into that commander's responsibility. Then when they come back after their long rotation, there's that much more experience.
But the choice to have them as commander is really quite prominent. And Zena said it was something that she's valued as, coming into her own as a NASA astronaut. Why have them be commander as opposed to either pilot or mission specialist?
Well, as a commander, you have different responsibilities, you have different roles on the spacecraft. And when a rookie flies up as a commander, you still have the experience of the pilot, and nobody flies alone, of course. So you're providing that experience level, and they're very comfortable doing that. I mean, they spend a very long time in not just simulations, but in overall training. And so then you ultimately come back with a crew that has that much more experience.
And of course, having Takuya Onishi flew up on Crew 10. He's going to be joined by Kimiya, who's getting ready to walk across the access arm in just a little bit. NASA's had a long experience and partnership with JAXA, not just in low Earth orbit, but now extending out to the moon and the Artemis program, working on the pressurized rover for them. Can you just talk about that relationship between the U.S. and Japan in the various aspects of human spaceflight, especially?
Yeah, the Japanese partnership is fantastic. Japan provided a laboratory module to the space station, Kibo. A lot of people, they may not realize it, but they are familiar with the interior of Kibo because that's where we do a lot of our PAO events. So when you see the crew talking to us from the space station, most of the times that's coming from Kibo. And that partnership, the Japanese astronauts, they bring their culture to it, and the international nature of the space station project. For the 25 years that it's been inhabited, there have been a lot of Japanese and American crews that go up to it, both during shuttle and during the construction phase, and now during these commercial crew missions. It's really a very rewarding partnership because of the cultures that it brings together. And I think that I don't think there's anybody who would disagree with that approach. And it's one that it's been so successful with space station. Why wouldn't you, as we expand out further, why not take the international opportunities as well? Because nobody's going to do it by themselves.
And of course, you can't have a conversation about international cooperation without talking about NASA and Roscosmos, who earlier, well, I guess now it's August 1st technically, so last month celebrated the Apollo-Soyuz anniversary. And we've heard in the pre-launch briefing comments from Roscosmos leadership that they're looking at the continued cooperation between these two agencies. Of course, you're watching the Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg, Platonov, and Kimiya walk across the crew access arm. Going to get inside Dragon Endeavour momentarily. Just to button us up, just because the Nats are starting to be a little more aggressive, Steve, last question to you. In continuing this partnership with Roscosmos, especially after the retirement of the ISS, TBD exactly what that's going to look like, but for the importance of both of these crewed space agencies, why is it important to have that, not just a dissimilar redundancy that's being established with commercial crew, but to have that dissimilar redundancy across international agencies?
Well, we've seen with when in the early days of the space station, after Columbia, America had to rely on Soyuz to get to the space station, and that providing a whole other system on a whole other continent at that time. But now what we're seeing is we have a couple of American spacecraft. We have Dragon operational, Starliner in development, and you have Soyuz. So really you're providing, it's such a level of comfort and confidence that the space station team, they can comfortably schedule for what's coming out and what's ahead. And it's really been a magnificent partnership in that sense.
And can respond in the case of an emergency in the future, if such a case were to arise.
Yeah, exactly. Options, flexibility, that's really been a secret to the 25 years that the space station's been operational.
And at least 5 more to go before it's retired.
At least 5.
Steve Seiseloff, thank you so much.
Thank
with
you.
The Commercial Crew Program. And of course, we are T-minus 2 hours, 48 minutes ahead of the planned launch of the Crew 11 mission of the Commercial Crew Program. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage. Stay right there. Much more commentary and more live guests coming up in the very near future. Time now, T minus 2 hours, 40 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. You can see the crew is continuing to go through the process of getting checked out. And the name tags are getting placed in Zena's bag, so they're safely stowed for the hopeful launch coming up in 2 hours and 40 minutes. From left to right, you're seeing Mission Specialist 2 and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov. Then NASA astronaut and pilot Mike Fincke. Zena Cardman, NASA astronaut and Crew 11 commander. And at the top of your screen, top right in that box, is Kimiya, JAXA astronaut and mission specialist number 1. Our thanks as well to Steve Seisloff for taking the time to talk commercial crew with us, as we're just a little past the top of the hour here, getting ready to hopefully see a good liftoff of Crew 11.
Dragon, ready for comm checks.
Copy, ready for comm checks. We are configured for umbilical comm checks. So seat 1, seat 2, seat 3, seat 4, comm check.
Seat 1, loud and clear.
2, loud and clear.
Seat 3, loud and clear.
Seat 4, loud and clear.
Core, all are loud and clear. Umbilical comm check is complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
So.
Time now, T minus 2 hours, 36 minutes, 42 seconds and counting. As the conclusion of the crew getting situated draws closer, we'll see the suits rotate up and they'll eventually close their visors and perform a good suit leak check. As far as where we are in the process to launch, that of course is going to be the next big step. Hatch closure is coming up at about T minus 2 hours and 13 minutes, so we've got a little more than 20 minutes to go before the team needs to have that hatch sealed. Coming up next, as we continue to watch this process, we're going to be joined by another live guest, this time Dr. Wagner Vendram from the University of Florida's Institute of Food and Agricultural Science, talking about a batch of seeds that's heading up to be part of an experiment on board the International Space Station. So we'll have him to talk all about that and the importance of this Florida-based research getting ready to launch from Florida's Space Coast. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew 11 mission. We'll have that interview for you
Dragon, ready for seat rotation.
momentarily as you hear
Copy, Dragon. We will report when initiating.
seat rotation coming up next.
Dragon, SpaceX, initiating seat rotation.
Copy.
You can see the seats are now rotating into the launch position, which will be more comfortable for the crew when they're ready to lift off.
Dragon, SpaceX, seats are in the launch position. Dragon, you have a go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
Copy. Go for section 2. Dragon, care complete. Ready for leak check.
Copy, Dragon, you have a go for Section 3, suit leak check.
Go section 3, seat leak check.
and you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. At least a 6 to potentially 8 month stay on the orbiting outpost where NASA astronauts Zena, Cardman, Mike Fincke, alongside JAXA astronaut Kimiya and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov will be conducting dozens of experiments, of ones that are currently up on station waiting for them, others that are going to be arriving with future commercial resupply missions, some from the HTV-X vehicle that JAXA is going to be launching. Right now we're currently just under 2.5 hours to the planned liftoff of this Falcon 9 rocket, and we are so lucky to be joined right now by another special guest as we have Dr. Wagner Vendrame from the University of Florida, representing their Department of Agricultural and Science. So glad to have you with us, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to have you. And we've talked about some of the science that's flying on board this mission and is going to be coming up in the near future during the first launch attempt, but it's always nice to have someone whose sole focus is on just one experiment and can really get into the hopefully just metaphorical weeds, not literal weeds, since you're launching a seed experiment.
Yeah, that's correct. We selected 4 species that we decided to fly, and the idea is to look at how microgravity affect those seeds. And that has like a couple of implications, right? Because plants in general, they sense microgravity as a stressful environment. So once they reach the space, they try to find a balance. So they start turning certain genes on and off, just trying to find that equilibrium. And once they do, they can develop well. So our idea is to look and see how those seeds can develop. And then the variety of crops, the idea is to provide astronauts for long-term missions a good source of nutrients and a variety source of nutrients. So that's why we're doing this. But there are also implications back on Earth, because if those plants, when they are in microgravity, the genes that are expressed, they express some proteins that are related to stress tolerance. So that means is helping those plants to adapt to a harsh environment, which is microgravity. So what if can bring those plants back and they can be more adapted to harsh environments on Earth, like heat, drought, flood, and so on.
Yeah, obviously, unfortunately, but quite plainly in our world today, there's a lot of knock-on effects from climate change. One of those is more extreme, more prolonged drought periods, and periods of oversaturation with extreme flooding, and then you get the offload impact from that of mudslides, and it can really wreak havoc on different environmental communities. So having something like this obviously is going to be important for us here on the ground, but also for deep space exploration, right? Since we're going to the moon eventually, Mars and beyond. So how will this play a role specifically in deep space exploration?
Yes, again, if we understand that those plants can grow in microgravity and still grow well and produce, let's say, whatever kind of source of food for the astronauts, that's very important. When you think about a mission to Mars, we're talking about a very long trip, like 9 months to reach to Mars, more or less. So astronauts will need to have a good source of nutrients. So again, looking and make sure that those plants can grow well and produce well, whether it is lettuce, tomatoes, or any other fruits, for example.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but these are strawberry seeds that are flying, right?
Yes, actually we have a variety of strawberries that was developed by the University of Florida, and also a variety of Bahia grass, also developed by the University of Florida, and 2 Florida native orchid species. I work with orchids a lot, and all those orchids are considered threatened or endangered. So in a way, by doing this, we're finding ways also to preserve that kind of ecosystem.
And the University of Florida has some field offices, including in Tampa, where these seeds will be planted, right, to check out their durability once they come back, right?
Yeah, that's correct. We have several research and education centers, and the strawberry seeds were developed by a researcher, Dr. Vance Whitaker, and he will get those seeds back, and we're going to plant them, and we're going to compare the seeds from space with the seeds in the ground. So that will be a nice comparison to see, do those plants look any different, or do they have more tolerance to those harsh stresses?
And just as an update to folks, in case the audio between the crew and the ground is not going out, right now they're going through some comm checks, as we heard yesterday, between the various positions at the Mission Control Center in Hawthorne, California, also relaying through the Hangar X site here at the Kennedy Space Center just to make sure that everyone that needs to potentially speak to the Dragon crew can do so and that Dragon can speak back to them. So just keeping folks up to date with what's actually happening in real time in case that audio is not going out. But back to the seed experiment, we've seen a lot of different types of seeds go through various tolerance testing on the International Space Station, also on the X-37B space plane that's managed by the Air Force. Why is it important to continue doing seed experiments like this? I guess what is still left to learn and left to change as we, create better, more durable crops that we don't already know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're always learning something new, right? We're talking about different species. I don't believe that those species have ever been sent to space. So that's brand new. So that will give us some more insights about what's going on with the seeds. And we're going to look not only at seed physiology, as I mentioned, we're going to germinate them, look at the plants, but we're going to look inside the seeds. We're going to do some spectral imaging. We're going to do some seed respiration analysis. And then we're going to do some molecular analysis to look at those specific genes and see what they mean, for the changes in the plant. So it is a novel experiment, is unique, and I think we're going to get some really positive information.
And as far as the timeline of things, obviously different experiments require different lengths of time on the space station. How soon are you planning to get these back? Are they coming back with CRS-33 when it departs station, or is this coming back with Crew 11 when they leave next year?
No, they're coming with Crew 10, so it's about a week.
Just a short trip, really.
Yeah, it's a short trip, but there's sufficient to induce those changes in the seeds. I have done 5 spaceflight experiments before with plant cells. This is the first with seeds, but we know that those changes immediately when the seeds reach microgravity, they start sensing those changes in the environment and they may respond to it.
And what is it about the microgravity environment that changes seeds so quickly? I think folks who may not be as steeped in this science may be surprised to hear that it takes such a short amount of time to get a substantial result like that. They may think it would take weeks, months, maybe even longer.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, another interesting thing would be the length of exposure to microgravity. I'm sure that if we left them for a little longer, we would see maybe other changes. But just a week I think is sufficient to look at those changes. That those changes will be induced and we will be able to identify them. And I think that, again, will give us some really interesting information. And the idea is run those experiments. We have a series of collaborators. We're collaborating with Embrapa in Brazil through the program called Space Farming. So is a team effort. And we're all going to do those different analyses. We're going to bring it together, publish hopefully in a scientific paper, and make it available to the public also, and show them how important it is space for looking at those changes, but also the implications back on Earth.
And so for those who are metaphorically chomping at the bit to see the results from this, how soon do you expect to publish once you get these seeds back on the ground?
Well, once they come back within a week or so, we're going to start doing the analysis. I figure it's going to take us about 3 to 4 months to get everything done. Then it's a matter of collecting the data, doing the analysis, writing the papers, and submitting. Then it's in the hands of the reviewers. So that may take anywhere from 3 to 4 months.
And perhaps the most important question that I've asked you so far, do you get to eat any of the strawberries at the end of all this? Once you've gotten all the data, you've put it in reviews, it's off, through that process. Do you get to actually taste the results of your experiment?
I hope so, because again, we're going to germinate them side by side, Earth and space, and I think it will be interesting to do like a taste, test, just to see, do they really taste any different or they just taste the same?
And maybe Crew 11 will be back on the ground by that point and they can join you.
And they can join it, yes, exactly.
Dr. Wagner, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us, and best of luck with your experiment.
My pleasure, thank you.
And of course, we've got just a little more than 2 hours and 20 minutes before the planned liftoff of Crew 11. Things seem to be progressing well as the seats have rotated back and the suit leak checks have been performed. And now we are, of course, waiting for the side hatch to be closed, which is the next big milestone coming up. They'll do a good, thorough analysis of the hatch there, make sure there isn't any foreign object debris or FOD. Again, it's something as small as a human hair
can trigger a need to get some duct tape in there and clean it off and make sure it's nice and pristine to create a perfect seal. You're of course continuing to watch Spaceflight Now's live coverage. We've got lots more on the way, including at least one more live guest for you and a look at the careers and the pathway for the various members of Crew 11 and how they got here to ride on this Dragon spacecraft. We'll be back with more commentary right after this.
Time now T-minus 2 hours, 15 minutes, 32 seconds and counting. Our thanks again to Dr. Wagner Vendrame from the University of Florida, talking about a really cool seed experiment that's going up with Crew 11 and coming down with Crew 10. So just a short stint on orbit, but as you heard in our conversation, long enough to make it count. As crews continue the path to closing the side hatch, generally speaking, hatch closure should be complete within the next roughly 2 minutes. But the timeline that is built for these crew missions is designed in such a way that they have margin.
Dragon SpaceX, the closeout team is taking final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Stand by for hatch closure and then transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
Dragon copies and Wilco.
And a good update that you just heard as they begin to wrap up all of their positions. And it looks like they were taking a photo from one of the crew members inside. That's why they were so still, because they're actually ready to close the hatch right now. Crew 11 getting one last memento of the ninjas that have been helping them out. The informal name for the closeout crew. Time now T-minus 2 hours, 10 minutes, 17 seconds and counting. As a reminder, we should be getting an update on the weather at about T-minus 2 hours. Given that the crew is now on board Dragon, hopefully that will be broadcast over the nets to the crew, and so we will be be able to hear right along with you the latest status of weather expected both at the pad as well as along the ascent corridor. Time now T-minus 2 hours, just under 3 minutes to go before the planned liftoff of Crew 11. You see them sitting on board the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft in the rotated position for launch. Want to wind the clock back a little bit and share with you some of the photos captured by one of our photographers, Michael Kane. Some of the moments captured during crew walkout. Seeing those pictures in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, the second box there. The crew in this order from left to right: Mike, Zena, Oleg, and Kimiya, walking out of the crew quarters at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building.
Dragon SpaceX, we had a good side hatch leak check.
Dragon copies. Good leak check. Great news.
And a good update for a solid leak check of the Dragon vehicle. These photos I'm showing you and more.
SpaceX, for awareness, we are commencing health check for a launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
Dragon copies. We'll monitor the flight computer state changes.
For those of you who were with us for launch coverage yesterday, they did the same thing at right about the same moment to confirm the health of the launch escape system. A nominal part of the checkout process before they go ahead and arm that launch escape system ahead of fueling of the Falcon 9 rocket. NASA astronaut Mike Fincke, seen there in that photo alongside friends and family, making his 4th trip to space on his 3rd spacecraft, coming up here in just about 2 hours. A couple more for you. Zena Cardman, the commander of Crew 11, who is making her 1st trip to space. A look inside the Teslas as the 2 mission specialists were getting ready to roll on out, and one more look at pilot Mike Fincke and Commander Zena Cardman, as we are now just about 2 hours away from the liftoff of this crew. And we are now T-minus 2 hours and counting to the planned liftoff of Crew 11. Coming up next, there should be a weather briefing, which we will hopefully be hearing along with you as we get the latest on the outlook ahead of flight.
Dragon SpaceX for status update. Both Dragon and Falcon 9 are healthy, and we are looking good for the count. The main watch item is going to be what we briefed you in the weather briefing earlier today, which is the probability of violation at 40% due to weather at the launch site. That is the same as the weather briefing, but we are going to keep an eye on that as the count progresses.
Copy. Healthy Dragon, healthy Falcon. Our watch item is weather, which as briefed is 40% chance of violation. We'll be monitoring. Crew will be ready to go.
And a good update from Mission Control to the crew on board Dragon. The weather has a 40% probability for violation, which means that it has not changed from the last time they were briefed on the weather. Things staying the same is certainly not worse than things deteriorating, so we'll count that as a good thing, since yesterday there was just a 10% chance of violating weather, and we all saw how that turned out. So let's roll with 40 and see where it gets us. Just about 1 hour, 58 minutes to go before weather permitting, the launch of Crew 11. The process that we're watching right now is the closeout crew removing the various contraptions and components that create a seal around the Dragon spacecraft connected to the White Room, which is why they've got the harness. You can see there's a little bit of daylight between their feet and the edge of the Dragon spacecraft, so in a safety forward manner, they make sure that those that are going to be on the ledge are harnessed. So if, God forbid, they were to misplace their feet, then I'm not going to take an unfortunate plunge. Time now T-minus 1 hour, 52 minutes, 6 seconds, and counting. Once this process is complete and they've got all of their equipment stowed, then they will leave the crew access tower, make their way to their vehicles, and exit the pad space altogether in preparation for the final hour in which the Dragon vehicle will be readied, and of course the Falcon 9 will be fueled. Seeing some final closeout photos here. There should be one more weather briefing as well coming up just in the final hour to make sure that conditions are right to proceed into fueling the Falcon 9 rocket, since it's suboptimal to call a scrub when you've got fuel on board the rocket, as we saw yesterday. It takes an inordinate amount of time to get the crew out safely. Maybe inordinate's not the right word. It takes longer than is ideal for the crew to just hang out on the Dragon spacecraft. So they like to minimize that time. It's also safer, of course, to not have the crew on board a fully fueled rocket, especially if the rocket's not going anywhere. Just hearing NASA commentator Daryl Nail say there's another weather brief happening right now. We'll keep you posted for any notable updates from that. T-minus 1 hour, 45 minutes, 22 seconds and counting. Once again, we are standing by as we're expecting to hear more from a weather briefing, which is happening right now. The weather brief is not being broadcast, otherwise we would have that in the loops for you. Let you know about any updates that may be coming our way momentarily as soon as we have them. Let's listen to Daryl Nail provide an update on the weather.
And so here we are, and we have the update. And basically what they said was it is a sit, watch, and wait situation. We do have increased moisture in the atmosphere. You can certainly see that in the picture in the lower right hand of your screen. Cumulus clouds, light ones building in the area. The question is when these sea breeze storms and clouds develop, they are going to develop inland, which that launch pad that you see right there is literally 500 feet from the beach. So it's all the way as close as you can get to the water, right there at the Atlantic Ocean. But you see two things here in the weather. You see some low, thin, puffy cumulus starting to, be created in the area, starting to develop. And then you see those high cirrus clouds. Those high clouds are drier in nature. You want to see those. They are moving over the area. They look at those as a sign of good things, potentially to kind of mitigate against the increase in moisture. But overall, when the launch weather officer was asked where he would put the current POV updated to the second right now, he left it at 40% probability of violation, which puts us at a 60% go. That has been the go forecast since we began our launch broadcast this morning. You see there in that shot a line of cumulus clouds, nice little clouds there. The scale, the angle of this kind of throws you off because it makes it look like it's out in front of it, but those clouds are more over towards the land side. So we will see what happens with our sea breeze. We're watching it closely. We're also watching the weather along the ascent corridor. Showers are moving through that area at this moment. We also need to have good conditions there. This is where the Dragon could potentially splash down. But what's good about the showers there, Nick, is that they are expected to clear that area in an hour or so. So hoping for a good ascent corridor. And then, of course, you have the abort zones. If they were to get to orbit, that they would later splash down to. They are monitoring those as well. So
and as you've been hearing the update from NASA commentator Daryl Nail, still watching the building moisture here at the pad. The good news is that the showers that are in some pockets along the ascent corridor are expected to clear within an hour. It's the weather at the pad that is driving that 40% chance of probability of violating weather that they are keeping a close eye on as this continues to develop. We're just past the top of the hour here on the East Coast, just a little beyond 10 a.m. Eastern, 1400 UTC. Just under an hour and 40 minutes remaining before the planned liftoff of this Falcon 9 rocket, along with the Dragon Endeavour vehicle. As teams continue to watch the weather and we watch the countdown, want to bring in something else for you to watch. A little bit of information about the various members of the crew that are on this mission. We've got longer, more expansive versions of these crew profile pieces, but we'll give you the abridged version here on the broadcast, and you can watch the extended version, the director's cut, if you will, at your leisure on YouTube. We want to start with the woman who was commanding this mission. This is NASA astronaut Zena Cardman, flying to the International Space Station for the very first time as the leader of Crew 11.
You know, I think in spaceflight, nothing is normal. There's no such thing as normal, and so we've all got a very nonlinear journey by the time we're actually launching on a spacecraft.
Taken in a vacuum, that thought from NASA astronaut Zena Cardman could apply to a lot of different astronauts. The path for each of the members of SpaceX's Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station was especially nonlinear. Cardman was originally slated to command the Crew 9 mission to the ISS. This was set to be her first mission to space.
Separation confirmed. Starliner is now backing away from station and starting its return to Earth.
However, issues that arose during the crew flight test of Boeing's CST-100 Starliner spacecraft caused NASA to bring that capsule home without its crew. When they made that decision back in August of 2024, NASA leadership decided that astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore would return to Earth on board the Dragon Freedom, slated to fly the Crew 9 mission. But for that to happen, 2 seats had to be empty on the way uphill, meaning Cardman and her former crewmate, Stephanie Wilson, were suddenly grounded.
We had all trained together as a crew for almost 18 months at that point, and we were friends. We're basically family by the time you get to that stage where you're ready to quarantine for a launch. And a lot of the feeling of loss from those changes that happened to Crew 9 was just losing this opportunity for us to fly together. I was just so grateful that Stephanie and I could be a part of the training that Nick and Alex did to step into those roles. So grateful that we could both be there for the launch, and then I can't imagine not being at Ellington Field for their return.
Thank you for your clothes. Thank you for your coffee. Thank you for your service.
Cardman says she didn't have to wait long, though, after NASA made the shuffle on the Crew 9 lineup before she was assigned as the commander of Crew 11.
I had actually just come from our very first trip to Hawthorne as Crew 11 the day before I flew out to the Crew 9 launch to do the broadcast with them. And so it was a wild, very surreal experience going through that journey, but I was so grateful that I had this to look forward to. And I've gotten to learn a lot about myself as an astronaut, as a teammate, as a leader, based on my Crew 9 experience that I now have the benefit and gift of bringing to Crew 11.
Cardman's space odyssey of flowing from one crewed mission to another is something that she shares with her 3 crewmates. None of them were originally assigned to Crew 11, and the others were originally training to fly on different spacecraft as well before being reassigned.
For us, because we were so well trained on ISS systems and ISS procedures, really we just had to focus on bonding as a team and bringing the 3 people who hadn't seen a Dragon spacecraft before up to speed on the Dragon, but that left us a lot of bandwidth to have a really good time and just get to bond together as a crew.
Even with so much changing between her role in Crew 9 versus her role in Crew 11, Cardman says some of the science she's involved with on orbit actually gets to stay the same.
One experiment that's actually coming with me from Crew 9 to Crew 11 is called CIPHER, which is a very comprehensive biomedical study of what happens to the human body before, during, after spaceflight. And that's because I'm the test subject, and so of course I'm coming with the experiment. I'm really excited that I get to still do that. But I actually love that every day on ISS is going to be different, and we train to be ready for anything. I love that about our job.
And again, that was Zena Cardman, commander of the Crew 11 mission. In this camera view, you actually can't see the top of her head, but from left to right, she is the third from the left, or the second from the right, however you want to think about this orientation of this picture we're seeing here. Time now, T-minus 1 hour, 31 minutes, 16 seconds, and counting. You had the chance to learn a little bit more about Zena Cardman, the commander of the Crew 11 mission. Now I want to introduce you to her pilot flying alongside her, someone who is making his 4th trip to space on his 3rd different spacecraft. Learning more now about NASA astronaut and former colonel of the U.S. Air Force, this is Mike Fincke.
Engine ignition and liftoff.
Less than 20 people in history have launched from Earth into orbit on board 3 different spacecraft. Mike Fincke will be the next to join that club as the pilot of the SpaceX Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. Like many current and former astronauts, Fincke was inspired by the 1969 moon landing as a child and the Apollo-Soyuz mission that followed in 1975. His first moves towards the stars came during his teenage years.
I knew what I wanted, but I didn't know how to get there, and I didn't know what engineering really was. So I went to an engineering school and found out that I really liked it, and I was able to study aeronautics and astronautics, you know, space and air. And then I got my private pilot's license, and I studied astronomy, got a degree in planetary geology kind of stuff. And so I was definitely paying attention at the college age to say, how do I know where I want to go, and I know I have the skills, I have confidence, how do I get there? So I started looking at what other people did, how did they become astronauts? And that's why on my Wikipedia page, I'm hoping it tells my story pretty well so that anybody in the future could at least use my example, as whether it's good or bad, to become, you know, to reach their dreams too. And that's part of what our job as astronauts is, to inspire the next generation. And I do my best.
Part of doing his best led Fincke to pick up a few linguistic skills during his time as a student at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, which included Russian and Japanese. Fincke served in the U.S. Air Force from 1990 until August of 2011, just after the STS-134 flight. Just before joining the Air Force, Fincke spent a summer in the former Soviet Union at the Moscow Aviation Institute, where he studied cosmonautics. Fincke was selected to the astronaut office in 1996 and played a key role in helping to progress human spaceflight. He was a backup crew member for 4 Soyuz flights and flew to the space station twice on a Soyuz spacecraft, once in 2004 as part of Expedition 9, and then again as the commander of Expedition 18.
And liftoff for the final launch of Endeavour.
His most recent trip to space happened to be STS-134 in 2011, the 25th and final flight of the orbiter named Endeavour. Since then, his focus has been keenly on NASA's Commercial Crew program, the successor for human spaceflight following the end of the shuttle era. Fincke was the astronaut office chief of the Commercial Crew branch when the agency selected Boeing and SpaceX to mature their respective spacecraft under the Commercial Crew Transportation Capability contracts in 2014. In September of 2022, Fincke was named as the pilot of the Starliner 1 mission, alongside Scott Tingle, who was named as the mission's commander. The two were officially joined by Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick the following year. JAXA astronaut Kimiya also joined the mix at some point, though he was never formally announced by NASA as being part of the crew. But that wasn't actually the first time that Yui and Fincke crossed paths.
When Kimiya-san and Tak became astronauts, I called down from, I think I was in space, and I called down and congratulated them or sent them a message, and that was a start. But I really didn't know him too well until he joined us with Starliner 1, and it turns out my last assignment before I became an astronaut, I was doing flight testing in Japan with a new Japanese airplane called the F2, XF2 at the time, and he ended up flying it. And we know a lot of the same people. It's a small world, right? It's my small flight test world especially. So we had that common background together. He puts up with my Japanese and teaches me a new word now and then, and it's a lot of fun. He also has a great sense of humor. Kimiya-san and I, we brought that relationship from being on Starliner 1 and that closeness together. When he left Starliner 1 to go to Dragon, we all felt bad, and then I went in to join him, and I think he was honestly as happy as I was that the same friend came to join the crew.
After more than a decade of working towards his return to the space station, Fincke says he can't wait to be back in microgravity once again.
I don't know the right words for it, but there's a special feeling you have when you know that you're at the right place at the right time, that you're just where you're supposed to be, where maybe you think that's where God invented you or made you for, or you just feel right. And when I'm up in space, I feel like I'm supposed to be there. And so I waited for these last 14 years to get a chance to go again. We have a great crew. We're looking forward to a really great mission, and I think I'm going to have that feeling every day.
Again, that was the pilot of the Crew 11 mission, Mike Fincke. Currently T-minus 1 hour, 25 minutes, 33 seconds and counting to the planned liftoff of this crew. Coming up in about 25 minutes, there should be at least one more weather brief that will come before teams start to evaluate whether or not they're going to be ready to fuel the Falcon 9 rocket. Time now, T-minus 1 hour, 24 minutes, 9 seconds and counting. Coming up, we've got one more special live guest who is going to be joining our broadcast, continue our conversations about science. Got a very special guest who knows all about what's going on board the ISS. ISS Chief Scientist. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew 11 mission. We'll be back with more commentary and that live interview in just a moment.
and welcome back to Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew 11 mission as these 4 souls get ready to head up to the International Space Station. Right now inside the Crew Dragon Endeavour atop the Falcon 9 rocket with just about an hour and 20 minutes remaining on the clock. We've talked about the commercial crew program as an overall thing. We talked about one of the specific science experiments that's going up from the University of Florida, but there has been and will continue to be a lot of science going on all around that one particular experiment, and so we are fortunate to be joined by someone who knows all about the science that's going up, coming down, and is now with us right here, Jennifer Buckley, who is the ISS Chief Scientist. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely, thanks for having me.
Thank you, and we got a little cloud cover, which is nice.
we do. It's you know, I can't complain though. The weather's looking really good. It's a nice sunny day, so.
As long as the clouds aren't right over the pad at the wrong time like yesterday,
right.
Then we'll take the temporary reprieve.
That's right.
So Crew 11, the next long duration mission to the space station, was originally going to be a 6-month mission, now looking at potentially 8 months. That obviously allows for more continuous science on the space station, especially with astronauts that don't have to refamiliarize themselves with different experiments, right? How is that beneficial from a science perspective to have some of these longer missions?
Well, from a science perspective, it's really beneficial also for the human research program, right? We're looking at various time points. We're really focused on long duration missions, especially as we look to buy down risks for things like Mars. And so being able to get different time points, we have a lot of 6-month data. We've got some year-plus data. 8-month data really complements that really well.
I was talking during the first launch attempt with your colleague Steve Platts about some of the human science experiments that are going to be happening and the importance of having stuff like that, like Cypher, for example, poured over with Zena Cardman, who was Crew 9, now Crew 11.
Right.
In your mind, you know, as we get ready for the Moon and Mars, what are some of the most important things that we need to better understand, especially as far as long duration missions, sun notwithstanding, of course, and the impacts of UV rays? I'm
sure Steve talked a little bit about the manual piloting experiment. This is going to be the first crew that does that. So they're looking at things like pre-flight, during flight, and then post-flight. How the crew's able to land simulated vehicles for lunar landing. So we're going to be taking a look at how we can improve things for the crew, and then also what does crew performance look like coming out of microgravity. You know, we're looking forward to a lot of the exploration research that's going to be going on ISS to inform a lot of these types of studies, and also how do we design missions better for the crew. That's one. We have a couple investigations like thigh cuff. There's also a B vitamin supplement that this crew will be participating in, which are looking at mitigating factors for SANS. So that's the neurocular syndrome that we see that impacts crew members' eyesight. That'll be very important as we look at long transit missions as well. For ISS, we're also doing some other things to buy down risk for future exploration missions. We have bionutrient switches on this. So this is our 3rd investigation in the series. This is coming from our STMD area within NASA, and it's taking a look at how do we manufacture things like vitamins that degrade in space over long periods of time. So this can help us. I think people are most familiar with diseases like scurvy from a vitamin C deficiency. You know, those are things we don't really worry about anymore. But as we go on long expeditions, you know, how do we make sure that we're able to give the crew things they need on demand? There's also a really great JAXA experiment looking at plants at the cellular level that this crew will be participating in. And so we've done a lot of plant growth on ISS, obviously also important as we're looking to do plant growth on lunar. This experiment is going to have the crew looking at plant cell division real time in several different species, so really getting down to the fundamental level to figure out how do we optimize that.
Speaking of optimization, obviously when you plan for these long duration missions, there's a lot of logistics work that has to go into it, both considering things that need to stay in cold storage, things that are going up on a certain time scale, things that are coming down. What's kind of the most important thing about that song and dance as far as managing which science should go up with a crew versus a cargo vehicle, versus stuff that has to come down with a Dragon spacecraft or, in the future, Starliner versus something that could burn up on, say, Cygnus?
That's a great question. So we actually are launching science on all the vehicles. So we're doing it on cargo and we're doing it on crew. We have a couple cold assets, we call them polars, that are going up, and cold bags. So we've really gotten to the point where the teams are so good. They are optimizing every inch we have and every possible asset to be able to launch science. But you make a really good point. We have to lay out the science constraints and figure out for some of those missions, is this something that needs a return in 30 days? Is this something that can come back later? We're taking a look at things that can be analyzed on orbit versus things that, go in the freezer maybe and have a sample return on future flights.
And last question, just because I know there's other folks that you need to talk to today, and obviously it's still a little steamy out here today, but if you could take a step toward me as well. This is the last final years of the space station, obviously celebrating the 25th anniversary coming up in the next few months, but as you're looking towards the finale of the space station and the schedule you still have to play with, how do you kind of balance the science that needs to happen now, that's been, next in the hopper or is most pressing, with recognizing that at some point there is a cutoff and, someone's going to have to be last?
Yeah, so that's something we're talking about with all of our science sponsors that fly on the International Space Station. So that's NASA organizations, the programs we talked about earlier, also the ISS National Lab, as well as commercial companies. We have a lot of folks who are coming in now with commercial businesses on ISS. We're taking a look at the priority for a lot of these things and where things need to go when. We're having conversations about, what's happening from now to end of life. And then obviously a huge priority for NASA is what do we need to finish and complete on ISS to inform the exploration missions we're designing right now.
Lots of great work ahead. Jennifer
Thank
Buckley,
you. Thank
Chief
you so
Scientist
much.
of the ISS program. And of course, we've got a lot more coming up for you in the next hour and 13 minutes as we're just about to get into the process in a little more than a half hour of the fueling of the Falcon 9 rocket. One more weather briefing at least on tap. We're getting close to the launch of Crew 11, heading up to the International Space Station to do all of that important science and more. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage.
Dragon SpaceX for a weather status update.
Dragon's ready to copy.
All right, it's same as before, no significant change. We are continuing to monitor, but we're staying at that 40% probability of violation right now. Everything's looking clear at the pad for now and also in the staging area. We'll let you know if that changes. I also have one request. It looks like MS2 has his feet out of the dovetail sliders on the footrest. We're coming up on an hour, so would like to get those back in.
Dragon copies. Good news on the weather. We're still about the same as previously, 40% chance of violation. And copy all. We are all tracking for MS2, and as briefed, you will be getting them back in the sliders prior to T-1 hour and prior to starting Section 5.
Okay, core copies.
We're coming up on the top of the hour here as we heard that good update from on the weather, and we're now just about an hour away from the planned liftoff of Crew 11, weather permitting.
SpaceX Dragon, foot restraint checks complete.
SpaceX copies. Thank you.
Continuing on with our introduction of the crew, let's go ahead and learn more about JAXA astronaut and mission specialist number 1. This is Kimiya Yui.
Flying to space for a second time is Crew 11 mission specialist and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Kimiya Yui. The 55-year-old is making his return to the International Space Station after his first trip almost exactly a decade ago. The Japanese astronaut found his way to space by way of becoming a pilot. Yui got his start here in the United States.
I had like a T-38 training in United States, Columbus, Mississippi. And during the weekend, I went to the like a rental video shop. At the time, we had a lot of rental video shop, and saw a video named like a Right Stuff. Yeah. And at that point, I thought in Japan, probably for the pilot, it's very difficult to become an astronaut. But now I knew that, I mean, in history, United States history, military test pilot become an astronaut. So I thought, oh, maybe this might be a best way to become an astronaut in Japan. So I have decided to become a fighter pilot, then test pilot. Then, luckily, I was selected as an astronaut in 2009.
Yui was actually the first military pilot to be selected as an astronaut in Japan. He was part of the international mission specialists selected to train with NASA astronauts as part of Group 20, which was given the nickname the Chumps. Yui served as the backup astronaut for the European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti on Expedition 42/43. After the launch of Soyuz TMA-15M in November 2014, Yui was able to focus on his own mission as a prime crew member of Expedition 44/45. He trained alongside Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Kononenko and NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren. The trio launched aboard the Soyuz TMA-17M spacecraft on July 22, 2015 to begin their long-duration mission on the International Space Station. In an alternate timeline, Yui may have been flying during this upcoming 6-month window, but on a different spacecraft altogether. Both he and NASA astronaut Mike Fincke were previously training as members of the Starliner 1 flight. That's the name for the first long-duration operational mission for Boeing's CST-100 Starliner spacecraft. Yui was never formally announced as a member of the crew, but he was present during the rollout of the Starliner spacecraft ahead of the crew flight test in 2024. He was joined then by CFT Prime crew Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, as well as NASA astronauts Scott Tingle and Mike Fincke, who were named by NASA as the commander and pilot of Starliner 1 respectively in 2022. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick was also there for rollout after being named to the crew by NASA and CSA in 2023. The four of them were training together at the Johnson Space Center in 2023. Yui says, though, the connection with Fincke goes back well beyond their training for the Starliner mission.
Very, very strong bond, and actually sometimes accidentally, sometimes unplanned. He was in Japan actually. He was helping Japanese military to develop at the time, our new fighter jet. It names like F2. And I also was pilot of not only F-15, but F2, which he helped to develop our fighter jet. So unintentionally, the bond actually, connection started very, very long time ago. And now we are actually working together. We trained together for the Starliner 1. And after that, actually, Crew 11. I think we have very good relationship, not only relationship, but also thinking, thought, very similar. He's very good at working for the team, taking care of other people. I really wanted to be like that, like Mike's son. So he's a good example for me, just like teacher for me, big brother.
In that spirit, Yui is hoping that his next trip to space, a decade after the first, can have a positive impact for all those back home.
Dragon copies.
That response, they're cycling tanks to equalize for low flow pressure. Coming up on the final hour mark as Crew 11 is hopefully getting ready to finally begin their voyage to the International Space Station, 1 hour and counting. If you're just joining us, you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Zena Cardman, Mike Fincke, JAXA astronaut Kimiya Yui, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov getting ready to head up for a 6 to 8 month stay on board the orbiting outpost.
SpaceX, you're go for Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
Dragon copies, go for Section 5 and Wilco.
with just about 58.5 minutes remaining on the clock. I want to thank the more than 2,200 of you who are watching along with us live today. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and sharing the stream to allow some more folks to find their
SpaceX Dragon, go for launch.
way into live launch coverage.
SpaceX
As
copies, Dragon crews go for launch.
we just heard, the Dragon team on board, that Dragon Endeavour, has pulled go for launch. Things progressing with 58 minutes to go towards a good liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket. Coming up, the next milestone will be the go-no-go poll for the startup propellant load, which is coming up at about T-minus 45 minutes. Once that go-ahead is given, then we'll see the retraction of the crew access arm away from the vehicle, and then the launch escape system will be armed. That will allow the crew to make a quick getaway using the Super Draco thrusters on board the Falcon, or excuse me, on board the Dragon spacecraft, in the unlikely event that there were to be an emergency with the rest of the Falcon 9 rocket. If everything progresses as hoped, fueling of the Falcon 9 will commence at T-minus 35 minutes. Being that this is a mission to the International Space Station, the rocket will fly in a northeasterly trajectory once it leaves the pad. .5 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go ahead and take a more explicit look at the trajectory for today's flight. The Falcon 9 rocket, which you see there live in the box on the right-hand side of your screen in this satellite view from Google Earth, going to be lifting off from Launch Complex 39A to begin its journey to send this 4-person crew up to the space station. And that means they're going to be flying in a northeasterly trajectory along the eastern coast of the United States. The red arc that you see there, that is the path of the first stage booster, which has the tail number B1094 in the SpaceX fleet. It'll perform a boost back maneuver, putting it on the pathway for a touchdown over at Landing Zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. A notable thing about this particular landing that is coming up is that it will be the final planned booster landing for Landing Zone 1 before that officially is retired from use by SpaceX. SpaceX will continue to use Landing Zone 2 as it begins to transition towards the use of landing pads at its respective launch sites. Those include, of course, Launch Complex 39A, as well as Space Launch Complex 40 over at the Cape. Eventually, SpaceX will also begin to make use of Space Launch Complex 37, which it is preparing for flights using its Starship rocket. Speaking of Starship, we do have an update from SpaceX founder Elon Musk coming in the last couple of minutes here, in which he said they are tracking to launch Starship in mid-August. Just yesterday, the vehicle down at Starbase Texas, SpaceX's headquarters, performed a single-engine static fire test and presumably is tracking towards a full static fire test using all 6 of the engines in the near future as it prepares for, as Musk says, a launch attempt in mid-August. Time now, T-minus 50 minutes and counting, as we're just about 5 minutes away from the next big pre-launch milestone. Let's go ahead and get folks acclimated with what we are expecting in the run-up to launch. These are some of the big events that have already come and gone. Coming up next will be the go-no-go poll for the start of prop load, coming up at about T-minus 45 minutes. SpaceX does this poll electronically, so we'll hear the call for the start of this and the announcement at its conclusion, but unlike some other broadcasts, we won't actually hear them tick off position by position. Following a good go for launch call, assuming that is the call that's made there, that'll be followed by T-minus 42 minutes when the crew access arm will swing away from the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft. Once that's done, the launch escape system will be armed, allowing for a quick getaway from the Dragon or from the Falcon 9 rocket were that to be necessary. T-minus 35 minutes is when prop load will actually begin, when SpaceX starts loading a RP-1, which is the fuel for the Falcon 9 rocket. That'll begin flowing on board the first and second stages. At the same time, liquid oxygen will start to flow on board the rocket's first stage. T-minus 30 minutes is when cryogenic helium will start to be loaded on board the rocket's first stage. Same will be true on the second stage a few minutes afterwards. Helium is important because it's used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight. T-minus 23 minutes is when second stage RP-1 loading wraps up. And at T-minus 20 minutes and 50 seconds is when the strong back chill down process will begin. This is SpaceX thermally conditioning the feed lines there at the pad ahead of loading liquid oxygen on board the rocket's second stage. We'll see this visually manifest as the so-called big vent at about T-minus 20 minutes and 30 seconds. Once that's done and dusted, we'll see second stage LOX load begin at the 16-minute mark, and the comms check with the crew will happen about 10 minutes out. T-minus 7 minutes is when the engine chill of the 9 Merlin 1D engines at the base of the Falcon 9 rocket begins. SpaceX flows a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps, helping to protect the engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during startup. 6 minutes out, the first stage kerosene tank should be full. That'll be followed by the Dragon vehicle switching to internal power. The strong back retract process is next up to bat, with first the cradle arms, or the clamp arms, however you want to term them, that are just underneath the Dragon trunk. Those will open up, and the strong back will recline a few degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket and stay in that position until liftoff. At that point, it'll pull back in a much more rapid fashion to clear the way for the vertical climb of the Falcon 9. 3 minutes out, the first stage liquid oxygen tank is full. Same is true on the second stage about a minute afterwards, at which point the Falcon 9 rocket will be fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. In the final 60 seconds, as we hear the call that the Falcon 9 is in startup, control of the countdown is handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers, and the propellant tanks are brought up to flight pressure. SpaceX launch director will give their go for launch 45 seconds out. The engine ignition command is issued at T-minus 3 seconds, and if all 9 Merlins are healthy and ignite as expected, the command will be given for the hold-down clamps to release the Falcon 9 rocket for a teaser liftoff. Once again, currently targeting this instantaneous launch at 11:43 a.m. Eastern, 15:43 UTC, or in just shy of 46 minutes from now. You can see those cumulus clouds continue to build in, coming from the north. We're coming up on the assessment of launch readiness. You should hear a call out from the SpaceX launch director announcing that the poll is open. Again, the poll itself is an electronic process, so you won't hear each of those positions making callouts. We're expecting this coming up in the next roughly 10 seconds or so.
Poll for propellant load and launch is complete. Stand by for briefing on control room procedures. For all operators at MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until LES is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbital insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the count. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual flight escape rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Arming crew arm now.
All good check-ins. And with the launch escape system.
Crew access arm retraction started.
Process about to get underway. You see the crew access arm swinging away from the Dragon spacecraft. Taking a look at the retraction of the crew access arm. The white room is at the far end of this corridor from our perspective here on this camera.
Crew access arm retraction completed.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for Section 6, close visors and arm launch escape system.
Copy, go for Section 6, closing visors and arming launch escape system. SpaceX, Dragon, visors closed, arming launch escape system.
SpaceX copies.
Launch escape system is verified armed. Dragon copies.
Time now T-minus 37 minutes, 21 seconds and counting. We are still waiting to hear the results of the readiness poll for the start of fueling. Tanking of the Falcon 9 rocket should begin at T-minus 35 minutes once the go-ahead is given.
Falcon 9 tanks are venting for the starter propellant load.
Asked and answered. There you go. We heard the tanks are getting ready, but we didn't formally hear them call a go for the start of prop load, so we'll see if that is coming in the next minute and a half. Standing by for the latest. One minute out from the start of fueling for the Falcon 9. Again, we still have not heard the formal call that they're go for the start of tanking, unless that just was issued but not broadcast for whatever reason.
The launch auto sequence has started.
And confirmation that fueling of the Falcon 9 is now underway. Still curious that we never did hear the call that teams were go to begin fueling of the Falcon 9 rocket, but nevertheless, here we are moving forward, and the Falcon 9 rocket is now getting its oxidizer, liquid oxygen, and its fuel, RP1, a rocket-grade kerosene. 34.5 minutes to go before the planned launch of the Crew 11 flight to the International Space Station. As we are now in fueling, taking a look at our live chat, I want to thank the more than 4,200 of you who are watching along with us live. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking the like button and sharing the stream, allowing some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. Taking a look at this really nice wide shot of the clouds over the spaceport. Weather remains the watch item as the vehicle health of both Dragon and Falcon 9 remains good. Cumulus clouds building over the space coast have been the main watch item for today's flight. Cumulus clouds obviously were the reason why they scrubbed yesterday. Little less than 30 and a half minutes remaining on the clock. Coming up next, we should hear a call for the loading of cryogenic helium on board the pressure vessels on the Falcon 9's booster. Heard an audio pop, not the call out that we were expecting, but presumably as things are continuing to move along on time as expected, cryogenic helium load is now underway on the booster.
Start of stage 1 cryo-helium loading.
Oh, there it is. All right. Well, there you go. We'll hear a similar call regarding the rocket's second stage coming up in the next few minutes. The Crew Dragon spacecraft that is atop the Falcon 9 rocket today bears the name Endeavour. It was the first Dragon vehicle for SpaceX to carry astronauts up to the International Space Station. Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken were the folks that flew the Demo 2 mission from May 30th, 2020, with a splashdown on August 2nd of that year. There have been 3 long-duration crew rotation missions that have used this Dragon to head up to orbit. Those were Crew 2, Crew 6, and Crew 8. Sandwiched in the middle is the first private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. That was Axiom Mission 1, which launched on April 8th of 2022, commanded by former NASA astronaut and now current Axiom Space astronaut Michael Lopez Alegria. He is one of 3 folks who has flown to space twice on a Dragon. The other 2 are Peggy Whitson, the commander of the AX-2 and 4 missions, as well as Jared Isaacman, who commanded Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn.
Start of stage 2 cryohelium loading.
And a good call for stage 2 cryogenic helium load. Again, used to pressurize the propellant tanks. Currently T-minus 24 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. Just under 24 minutes to go. Want to thank a few folks for their support in our live chat here. See, we've got about 5,300 of you nearly in the chat with us today. Thanks for stopping by. If you haven't already, now's a great time to not only hit that subscribe button, but hit the like button on this particular live stream to allow some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage with less than 23 and a half minutes left on the clock before the planned liftoff. I want to thank one of our channel members and moderators, Rick Donner, for gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships, and to Kathy Serino for gifting 5. So to our newest 15 gifted members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. If you haven't already, be sure to thank Rick and or Kathy in the live chat, and we hope you decide to stick around with channel membership. Also, thanks to Rick for a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you, Rick, who says, here's hoping try 2 is a go. Crew 11, good luck. Channel member Butterfly has been with us now for 19 months at the pilot leader level. Appreciate you hanging with us, Butterfly, who says, good luck. May the clouds be kind to you. Thanks, Spaceflight Now community. And yes, we are certainly hoping that the clouds that are building above the skies here in Florida are kind to the crew and kind to all of us that are hoping for a good liftoff of this rocket. Our thanks to Chuck Close for very generous $25 super chat as well. And thanks to Josh Powers, and want to welcome him aboard, joining us with channel membership at the mission specialist level. Thank you, Josh. Really appreciate your support. Currently T-minus 21 minutes, 21 seconds and counting. Coming up next will be the thermal conditioning of the feed lines. SpaceX prepares to load liquid oxygen on board the Falcon 9 rocket's second stage. We'll see this visually manifest as the so-called big vent from the strong back. That'll begin at about T-minus 20 minutes and 30 seconds. And there you see the big vent now underway at the pad. This will last for about 4 minutes in total.
Stage 2, fuel load complete.
There you heard a good call for stage 2 RP1 load. It's complete. Now T-minus 17 minutes, 21 seconds and counting. We're within the last minute of this big vent. Once that goes ahead and tapers off, SpaceX will pivot to loading liquid oxygen on board the rocket's second stage.
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
Dragon SpaceX for status update. Dragon and Falcon 9 are healthy, and we continue to load propellant. Weather is still our watch item. We are seeing some development in the area, so this is going to come down to a matter of time. We're going to keep an eye on it and continue marching towards T0, and we'll see if we manage to thread the clouds today.
Okay, Dragon copies. We've got a healthy rocket, healthy Dragon. Weather is continuing to develop. We'll keep going until we can.
As we just heard, with just about 14 minutes left on the clock, weather still very much remains the watch item today as some nasty-looking clouds start to build in over the pad here from this camera's vantage point. Looking at a slightly different angle, you can see clouds are hanging around all angles of Florida's spaceport. Let's look now wide from our cameras here at the press site. You can see the countdown clock in the bottom of the frame, American flag and the Crew 11 flag, and sandwiched in between, that is Launch Complex 39A. And the 4 souls that are the last ones out there, hoping that today is the day that they get to head up to space. We're seeing now a downgrade in the weather, upgrade or an update from NASA commentator Daryl Nail says the probability for violation has gone up. It was 40%, now it is 60%, which put another way means that we are currently just 40% go from a weather perspective. Taking a look at the cloud formation now from a chopper view. NASA commentator Daryl Nail says that we are expecting a Phase 1 lightning watch to come into play very soon, which indicates the presence of lightning not immediately in the pad's vicinity, but could be close enough to make things impossible for a launch today. So we're going to continue to bring you updates from a weather perspective, as that remains the biggest watch item for today. SpaceX is working no issues with the Falcon 9 rocket nor the Dragon spacecraft. The crew, as last we heard from them and saw them, seem to be in as good a spirits as you could expect given the circumstances and things getting dark out there at the pad. Well, darker, I should say. I think it's just this camera view, because if you swing out to another view of the pad, you can see things are a little bit lighter. We're listening for remarks from Zena Cardman, coming up in about 10 seconds.
Dragon SpaceX confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon displays are configured for launch. To our family, friends, all who support us at SpaceX, NASA, JAXA, Roscosmos, thank you. Spasiba, arigato gozaimasu. For this freedom to explore, resilience to endure, may grace fly alongside this endeavor.
Crew 11, from all of us on the ground, we've enjoyed working with you in preparation for your mission. We look forward to continuing to do so in flight. Good luck. Enjoy the ride.
Some good words from Crew 11 Commander Zena Cardman, as a Phase 1 alert has been called for all areas of the Florida spaceport. 9 minutes and counting. The call for Phase 1 and the timing of things is eerily similar to the setup from yesterday. Got about 8.5 minutes remaining on the clock. We'll see as things progress towards the planned liftoff just before the top of the noontime hour. We'll see if teams feel comfortable enough with conditions as they are to allow for an instantaneous launch. Liftoff set for 11:43 a.m. Eastern, 15:43 UTC, if the weather cooperates. We're coming up on the 7-minute mark. That's when the engine chill for the Falcon 9's first stage will begin. That'll help protect the engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during startup.
Engine chill has started.
Good call for engine chill. Coming up next will be a call out regarding the completion of fueling on the rocket's booster stage. That should happen around the 6-minute mark.
Stage 1, fuel load complete.
Good call for the completion of fueling. Next major milestone is coming up when the Dragon transitions to internal power. That's coming up at about the 5-minute mark. Five minutes and counting. Coming up, the next milestone will be the retraction of the strong back that is adjacent.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressing for strong back retract.
Dragon is in, configure for terminal count.
Good calls there. Dragon on internal power. Strong back retract about to begin. We'll see the cradle arms, or the clamp arms, that are
strong back retract has started.
Just underneath the Dragon's trunk. See the black section of the Dragon vehicle. You see those metallic arms that are wrapped around the top of the rocket's second stage. Those will open up slowly, as you see now in motion. And then the structure they're attached to, the strong back, will recline a few degrees away from the Falcon 9. It'll stay in that position until liftoff. At launch, if we get to that point, the strong back will pull back even further, clear the way for the rocket as it makes its ascent. We'll see if the weather has other plans. T-minus 3 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. Once the retraction of the strong back is complete, the first stage LOX tank will be full. Let's take a look at this shot here. As you can see, rain in between the causeway camera and the rocket starting to build in, which is not great. Feel bad for the camera operators out there.
Stage 1 LOX load complete.
And stage 1 LOX load has been completed. Waiting for a similar call on the second stage. Apologies for talking over that.
Dragon is in terminal count and on internal power.
Coming up on the 2-minute mark, ahead of planned liftoff. Going to hear a call out regarding LOX on the second stage momentarily.
Stage 2 LOX load complete.
With that, the Falcon 9 rocket is fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. Coming up next will be the ground gas closeouts when SpaceX clears the remaining liquid oxygen from the field.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Seeing that venting beginning now. Cascading behind the strong back.
Ground gas closeouts, expect loud venting.
FTS is armed, Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
And we have confirmation that we are go for launch.
SpaceX, Dragon, go for launch.
Coming up on 30 seconds ahead of liftoff.
30 seconds.
"20 seconds. 15 seconds. And here we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition and a liftoff. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket, Crew Dragon Endeavour, and the Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. More than 30 seconds into flight.
Stage 1 throttle down.
Power and telemetry are nominal.
Max Q.
Rocket passing through max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
Traveling faster than the speed of sound. Soon the Falcon 9's second stage engine.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Will thermally condition ahead of its ignition.
Stage 1 Bravo.
Copy. 1 Bravo.
Commander Zena, Cardman calling out the milestones for the abort zones as they pass them. The crew has multiple optimal abort zones if needed, but so far things progressing well as this Falcon 9 continues to climb. We're coming up on a few events in fairly rapid succession. First stage main engine cutoff, or MECO, coming up at about T plus 2 minutes and 24 seconds, followed by stage separation, and then the ignition of the Merlin engine on the second stage.
MVAC chill has started.
There's that good call for MVAC chill.
Stage 1 throttle down.
Coming up on MECO.
Main engine cutoff. Main engine cutoff.
Stage 2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed.
MVAC ignition.
And one heck of a shot of the Florida Space Coast at stage separation. A little more than 3 minutes into the mission now. We're coming up on the boost back burns conclusion in about 10 seconds. The booster B-1094 is going to be making a landing attempt out at landing zone 1, the final time that SpaceX attempts to land a booster at this site. Now a little more than 3.5 minutes into the mission.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Dragon copy.
Good call for a nominal trajectory. A little more than 4 minutes into flight now. Coming up will be the next milestone, which is the start of the first stage entry burn, which will use 3 of the engines at the base of the booster to begin to slow the vehicle down quite dramatically. Entry burn is going to last a little more than, or just about 15 seconds in duration.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Dragon copies.
A little more than 5 minutes into flight, less than a minute now to the start of this entry burn.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Dragon copies.
Good trajectory call. You're seeing the Space Coast come back into view from the booster's perspective. You can see the Indian River Lagoon just off the edge of that hypersonic grid fin on the right side of your screen. It's one of the most biodiverse places here in the United States. There's the start of the entry burn. Again, this will last a little less than 15 seconds in total. With the conclusion of the entry burn, we're now coming up on the start of the landing burn. Heads up for folks that are in the area of Central Florida. You may hear a double pop as these clouds are probably going
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Dragon copies.
pretty thoroughly contain the sounds from the sonic boom. If the wind is right, it should be quite spectacular. More than 7 minutes into flight. Landing burn set to start in less than 20 seconds. Falcon coming back through the clouds. Our tracking cameras should be seeing it soon.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
And for a 53rd and final time, good landing at landing zone 1.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
That call for stage 2 being in terminal guidance, meaning the burn that is currently happening right now is about to wrap up.
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
Last planned abort zone, Shannon, Ireland. Now T plus 8 minutes and 44 seconds into the mission. Coming up to SECO.
SECO.
Second stage engine cutoff. And with the conclusion of powered flight, the second stage.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
As you just heard, entered into a
Dragon copies.
good orbit. Now looking up through the trunk.
Launchesystem disarmed.
Dragon separation is coming up here in about 10 seconds. And Dragon Endeavour flying free once again. Dragon Endeavour is making its 6th trip to space.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to ground. Zena, Mike, Kimiya, Oleg, welcome to orbit. On behalf of the entire Falcon team, we thank you for flying with Falcon today and wish you a great mission. Dragon will take you from here. Over to Launch Director for a few words.
On behalf of the launch team, it's been an absolute honor working with you towards launch today. We wish you well on the rest of your mission, and we will be awaiting your safe return. Godspeed Endeavour, Godspeed Crew 11, and thanks for flying SpaceX.
SpaceX Dragon, I have no emotion but joy right now. That was absolutely transcendent. Ride of a lifetime. Thank you. This has been an incredible honor. And it's my privilege now to pass us along to Mike with some additional words.
Boy, it's great to be back in orbit again. Thank you to SpaceX and NASA to get us here. What a ride. And Zena and Oleg, let me be the second to welcome you to your first orbit around beautiful planet Earth. Kimiya-san, okayeri nasai, welcome back. And to the ISS Expedition 73 team, the crew on board and our friends in MCC, we're on our way. Over to you, Kimiya-san.
Okay, thank you very much for everything. спасибо вам большое. ありがとうございます。日本の皆さん、私も、10年ぶりに宇宙に帰ってきました。ISS でしっかりと任務を果たして、一等星のように輝いて、日本の素晴らしいところを世界中の人に知っていただきたいと思います。ありがとうございます。Я передаю Олег-сан, пожалуйста.
Спасибо, Kimiya-san. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu. And спасибо всем. I'd like for the beginning to say thank you very much, Roscosmos, SpaceX, and NASA for this unique opportunity to be here with my great crew. Дорогие друзья, находясь на космическом корабле и облетая нашу родную планету, я испытываю неописуемое счастье и восторг. Хочу выразить слова благодарности всей нашей стране, Соединенным Штатам Америки и России за эту уникальную возможность, а также Роскосмосу. Хочу выразить слова благодарности своей школе, в которой я учился, номер 103 в городе Челябинске. Выразить благодарность Краснодарскому высшему военному авиационному училищу летчиков и 22-му гвардейскому истребительному авиационному полку, а также сотрудникам Центра подготовки космонавтов, кто искренне верил и болел за эту идею отправить меня в космос. Обещаю выполнить все поставленные передо мной задачи на отлично. Ура!
Crew 11, we copy all of your words. We are very excited for you to have reached orbit, and we will now proceed with getting you to the International Space Station. You have approximately 3 minutes left in this ground station pass if you'd like to introduce your zero-G indicator.
Copy all, Tremaine. Thank you so much. We'll get out our fifth crew member here in just a moment. This zero-G indicator honors a shared memory with our lead trainer, Paul Weiss. Mentors and team members who got us here through sacrifice of time and dedication. I hope we made you proud today. Thank you so much.
Dragon SpaceX, to summarize where we are with vehicle activation, we've had nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. We're currently opening the nose cone.
Copies all, and we'll be ready for visors open with ECOS activation complete.
With some good words from the crew, we are now awaiting the opening of the nose cone. which is forthcoming. As we are waiting for the nose cone deployment, the Falcon 9's second stage continues to cruise on, as does Dragon Endeavour. With the Crew 11 mission now launched, the docking timeline is set, with contact and capture expected just about 3 a.m. on the 2nd. NASA commentators saying that the nose cone has deployed. No call out for that, unfortunately.
Dragon SpaceX, we see a nominal nose cone opening at TCS and 4 bulkhead to Draco checkouts.
These are all good news.
And then looking forward in the timeline, you have your first burn up on your forward view. That's the phase burn in approximately 25 minutes. We will also be monitoring the stage 2 deorbit to give you the go for suit doffing, and we're expecting that at T plus 45 minutes.
Copies. We'll be monitoring and T plus 45 approximately for suit doffing. See you in the timeline.
Nice view of Crew inside the Crew Dragon Endeavour. Not sure if we can see the a zero-G indicator that they were referencing. Might be over by Kimiya Yui, just have the wrong camera angle to be able to spot that. From this camera's, well, now that we just flipped, we're looking back at the crew. Pilot Mike Fincke, very much enjoying being back in microgravity by the looks of it. The last time he was in orbit was as a member of STS-134. This is his second time flying to space on board an Endeavour spacecraft. First time was Shuttle Endeavour, now Dragon Endeavour. Nearly 22 minutes in flight.
Dragon SpaceX, just for awareness, we had a drop out of video when you were introducing your zero-G indicator, but we do have video back for the last part of this Goon Hilly pass, so if you'd like to reintroduce it, we can see you now.
Copies. Our seal deployed. Paul.
And we see it floating around. Looks like it's having a great time.
Well, while we did hear the communication from SpaceX to the crew saying that they had video link may have been established, but the NASA SpaceX feeds were not showing that. They just have views of the Earth, which is quite nice. And the commentator desk from the NASA broadcast, but unfortunately no actual views of the zero-G indicator. We'll see if they try again one more time before they conclude views from the vehicle. We shall see. Do we want to just go ahead to our mission stats? Oh. Called an unintended audible there, but let's go ahead, as I just mentioned, and turn now to our mission stats as they currently stand with good liftoff and landing of the first stage booster and the Dragon spacecraft now flying free. Today's mission was the third flight of Falcon 9 booster B-1094. This was the 512th Falcon 9 rocket that is launched in the company's history, the 95th Falcon 9 flight of 2025. This was SpaceX's 449th Falcon booster reflight, or the launch of a booster that has flown at least once. This was also the company's 156th orbital launch within the last 365 days, the 115th from Pad 39A, and the 209th overall orbital launch from Pad 39A. Of those 115 launches for SpaceX, 104 of them.
Dragon SpaceX, the ground is pulled. Go for the upcoming phase burn.
Please.
104 of them for Falcon 9. We're going to come back to this in just a second. Want to grab you a quick view, if we can agree on who gets to push the button behind the scenes. You're taking a look at booster B-1094 in the SpaceX fleet, standing tall as the rain comes down at landing zone 1. This is the final time that we're going to see a Falcon 9 booster at this location, as SpaceX is handing it back over to the U.S. Space Force in preparation for it being taken over by Viaspace and Phantom Space, as they were going to be launching their rockets from Launch Complex 13 in the future. Looking at Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. As you just heard, they are go to proceed into the first phasing burn. Coming back to our mission stats. That good landing at LZ1 was the 53rd touchdown, and again, the final one. March the 65th landing in Florida. SpaceX will continue to use landing zone 2 before they make the full transition to their launch sites at Launch Complex 39A and Slick 40. This was the 92nd land landing for SpaceX, including those out in California. And this was the 484th overall SpaceX booster landing to date. Finally, with some industry stats, this was the 65th orbital launch from Florida this year, the 100th from U.S. soil, the 110th from U.S. Rocket Company, and the 169th orbital launch attempt around the world. There have been 4 orbital failures so far this year. Here's where our pie chart now currently stands. And with more than 31 minutes into this flight and some rain starting to move in, we're going to go ahead and end our broadcast, allow our photographers to pack things up and begin to head out as Crew 11 now is safely on their way to the International Space Station. Upper stage continuing its track. It'll be deorbited, sent back into the upper atmosphere, or into the atmosphere where it's designed to burn up. Want to thank our friends P. Carsons with Max Q Productions and Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images for their support in today's launch coverage. I want to thank our photographer team of John, Adam, and Michael for all their hard work. We'll have their photos up on our website, spaceflightnow.com, as well as on our social channels. Just search for Spaceflight Now on X. We're also on Blue Sky Threads and Facebook. Also want to thank our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, for writing the technical operations of the broadcast. Thanks to our moderators in the live chat who've been helping us out today once again. Thanks to Rick Donner, Mark Otto, Aussie Space Girl, and Jeff Hansen as well. Most importantly, want to thank you for hanging out with us for an afternoon, morning into the afternoon. If you came back once again following the first launch attempt, really appreciate your time and attention with this mission. As the clouds move in and the rain starts to build out, you can see from this shot, I'm going to go ahead and close things down, but we certainly appreciate you. We'll leave you with these views from orbit as we're closing things out here. I want to thank you so much for being with us on this broadcast. For all of us here at Spaceflight Now, I'm Will Robinson Smith. Remember, be good to yourselves, be good to others, and we will see you next time, folks. And until then, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.